it's the Land Bass Assassin. What's up, what's happening? And we are back out here again, dudes. We are here. This is 30 times 2 plus 3 of consecutive days of throwing lines here in Lake Guntersville. Or just fishing in general, I should say, because we did go to other places. But this is the Rodcast, homies, the home of the BBL. Welcome back, or welcome to, if you are here for the first time. We go out here and we fish around and find out. Right now we're finding out there is so much eelgrass floating right here. It is gross. Amanda, what's up? Unlimited, what's up? This is our first day out without the stash, and the presence can be felt, or the lack thereof can be felt. Stash, stash, wherefore art thou stash? Out there doing his adulting. But let's get it, guys. Let's catch one for the stash. You know what I'm saying? Let's catch a BBL for the stash, so that wherever he is adulting, he can be all like, you see, I should have been there to catch that one. Remember, guys, if we catch a 5-pounder, that pays out a $100 Bass Pro Shopper Tackle Warehouse gift card in the chat to somebody, one person in the random drawing. But anyways, we have come back. You gotta be freaking kidding me. How did this guy do this? How did this guy get a knot? And so we're gonna start today off with a knot untying class. How fun. I don't even know how this knot was created. I see that the moderator is phoning in the gift card. She's like, $50 Bass Pro. Boom. She must be half asleep or something. And now she's full awake. Or mostly. All right. Oh, I gotta bend back this hook. Seems like someone or something has slightly bent out my hook. Jay, what's happening, man? All right, hook is bent back into shape. Again, guys, this is the Rodcast, and the Rodcast is filmed before a live studio commenting. Live studio commenters. That is what the Rodcast is filmed before. The Rodcast was filmed before live studio commenters. Is it early? Yes. Could it have been earlier? Yes. Did the stash take his lure retriever? Yes. Should we be cognizant of that? Double yes. Technically triple yes, because we've already said 2 yeses. So we should definitely be cognizant of the fact that the stash took his lure retriever. We got a little bit soft using that lure retriever, so we should be careful with what we do out here. Yo, Jay, that's why the giveaway's there, dog. Go out there, enter it, homie. It's for all to partake in, all that are subscribed. Cuba calling, what's up? Let's see what we can do here, guys. Dudes, I'll tell you what, hanging out with the stash, it's very taxing. Very taxing hanging out with the stash. Heck, I didn't come out yesterday afternoon so that I can recharge. We're throwing a deep diving crank. I think it was a combination of hanging out with a stash and unlimited together. Bro, that was very taxing. Those 2 guys back there, freaking just, I guess they were back there sometimes playing grab bass. Yeah, I just had to, what's scary is I had to be the adult on the boat and make sure that they weren't over there just messing around and they were focused on fishing. But you know how it is, guys. The Rodcast don't focus on nothing but funny. Amanda, I just barely made that unlimited comment. Do you mean the duo of unlimited and the stash, or the duo of me and the stash? Because that is very taxing. Oh, there's no doubt that there's always laughs, Amanda, but sometimes, I mean, I've never heard of anybody laughing themselves to death, but it gets pretty close. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, Jay, that's not a bad... Okay, whatever this is. Oh, whatever that was just took my bait. Hopefully it comes back up. Tell Creel that my line snapped. I knew I had abrasions. Come up, bro. Try and spit that out. Come on now. One time, come up and try and spit that out. I knew I had a lot of abrasions on that line, guys. We had saved that bait many a time. Come on up, just splash. Show me what you are. That's all I want to know is what you are. Whether you keep my bait or not, that's neither here nor there. But I want you to come up and splash. All right, guys, we lost our cool little bait. But anyways, the first fish of the day took our crank. I was not quick enough to the trigger to loosen the drag. Dang it. That's on me, baby. That's on me. But I just want to see what that was. You know, I think a wise chicken man once said, "Retie, dummy." But, you know, a wise chicken man was once ignored, twice ignored, 3 times ignored, infinity times ignored, until the price was paid. I just want that stupid fish to come up. Yo, what up, Choby? What's happening? All right, guys, we lost our first bait. What was it? Oh, Colin, he did say that. He said, "Retie, dummy." Well, Unlimited, your great time came at a cost because it was very taxing on the rest of us. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dummy. Where is he? The worst part is that when a moment like this happens, Creel's not here to enjoy it. I mean, I said, bros, this is filmed before live studio commenters, but if he ain't here, well, it's a waste. All right, guys, I have switched over to a Larry the Lipless crankbait. Unlimited. Are you saying that you appreciate me taking you out, like making you turn into bones? Because if that's the case, my intent was never to take you out, bro. It was only to take you out. So, anyways, here we go, guys. We are going to throw Moon's Whopper Plopper. Let's check it out. I'm going to tell myself whatever that was a drum. Felt pretty drumish. But we live life on the edge here, guys. The edge of retie. Hey, Creel, what's up? Creel, I just lost a fish. Well, technically, I just lost a lure, not a fish. It was a decent sized fish. No telling what it was, but it was a decent sized fish. Oh, it's life. It had to have been a drum, bro, because I think a bass having a freaking deep diving crank like that on your face, I think a bass would be all like, yo, let me try and spit this out. Right now, a drum or a catfish, they're down there, and I'll be like, what? And they're all like, what's this in my face, bro? Do I got something on my face? Then the other fish are looking at them and like, yeah, you got something on your face. It's called ugly. And then they're all laughing. All right, Topwater, get out of here. Get out of my face. Get that out of my face. Now I got to get out another bait to grind. Man, that guy caught some fish, but wait, is that the one that the stash caught his 5-pounder on the last time? It's possible. It is very possible. I think I have this other guy somewhere in here. Yeah, there he is. Fresh out the box. But he's just a regular sexy shad looking one. He's not all fancy with that cool image on it. I'm not exactly sure what Amanda's talking about. Is she talking about the Creel dummy comment? This is expert level rocks here, guys. That's what we're dealing with. A smart guy would mark the rocks and see what the deal is. Ay, jay, jay. As you guys can see, that's the jig I'm throwing as it went right in front of the screen. Now, it will be a hot one today, guys. We will be getting off at about 11-ish. 11-ish. There look to be plenty of fish swimming about town. We are in 16 feet of water. Right at the edge of that is where the fish were all hanging out. There's a drop of about 2 feet. It's not a lot, but it is enough. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Got it. I am now tracking. Oh, I don't have blue craw. Well, we ain't rocking with blue craw right now. There's the drop. I can't believe it. I lost a Tackle Tavern gem. Now, like the US military, I used one bomb and now I gotta buy 40 more to replace it, just in case. That's what it seems like. What's up, Al? Yo, Colin. Frickin', I don't know what's the deal, bro. But sports teams' tickets have been getting outrageous. Now, I don't want to get into all the financials, bro. But the moderator can back me up on this or not back me up on this. But I want to say that in the last, I don't know how long I've had these Cowboys tickets. And I don't know how long I'm going to have these cowboy tickets because they're getting outrageous. But in the last, definitely the last few years, probably since they freaking paid Dak, idiots. But ever since they paid Dak, I've noticed that my cowboy ticket prices have gone up dramatically. And in the last few years, definitely more than, so if we were to do a little chart here, it would probably go whenever I bought them, and then kind of steady, and then a little bit of an increase, and then a little bit of an increase, and then steady, steady increase. But ever since they paid Dak, it's been like increase, 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 increase. And I'm like, dude, what the? Now, if they were producing and winning, then I'd be all like, oh, amazing, cool, blah, blah, blah. But, like, they're not producing as they should. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a money-making venture right now. I have to make back all the money I put in. And then there's barely enough for a deep diving crankbait. Sometimes it feels that way. See, and I would think it would be worse for baseball and basketball. Because for, like, football, you only have 8 or 9 home games that you're guaranteed. So those prices will kind of stay decent through supply, because there's only so many. But with baseball, the supply is, I mean, there's so much supply that the demand might not match that supply. I should always put on top comments because, I mean, all comments, because Krill might have seen a broken line and I wouldn't have seen his broken comment. Oh, no. Son of a... All right, guys. I'm going to have to stop fishing for a second to put all that line back through the guides. Dummy. It's weird. That felt super weird, but it wasn't a bite, I don't think. All right, guys, the sun is up. It's going to get super hot. Yesterday, when we got back to the house, it said that the feels like temperature was 110. And that would sort of make sense. I thought I was supposed to. So here's the other thing, Colin. We're also paying for this middleman fee. Well, not me, but there is a middleman fee. I guess last year for some reason I wasn't paying the middleman fee, but now I am. But not as much as those who are buying the tickets. Because those who are buying the tickets are paying a hefty middleman fee. Ah! This feels very line-esque. Feels like line. Poor son of a fish. Son of a fish. I mean, this is the appropriate kind of show you should have after the stash leaves. We gotta deal with the emotion of him not being here, and then we deal with catching fish. I want to turn back to the back of the boat and be like, yo, but not even Unlimited's back there. All right, Al said I had to look at that with, I assume he means Carolina. What up, bromance? It's ridiculous, bro. I don't know what these guys are doing with these prices, dog. They are. It's making it to where I'm all like, all right. Yo, CB, I already threw top water for like 7 casts. And no nothing, dog. I threw a whopper plopper. The only thing I got them to bite was a deep diving crank, and that deep diving crank is now resting in Davy Jones's locker. But we are going to put on another one. Let's stop everything that we are doing and we'll put on another one. Wait a second. Very interesting. I noticed something here. So I had to replace the tip of this rod here. And I'm gonna have to do some some adjustment there. That thing was crooked. It was sideways. 7-hole cast, dog. We're not, well, it was 6 or 7, bro. I don't know. I wasn't really counting. But we don't have a lot of luck with topwater, so we just kind of let the dreamers use the topwater. Because there's been many a morning that we've thrown a topwater and it don't get a bite. And one does not wake up early in the morning and throw a topwater to not get a bite. But I wish everybody who throws a topwater the best of luck, because I want them to catch on that, bro. In fact, I want to catch on it. But I just don't seem to have that kind of luck, dog. So it's a me thing, you know what I'm saying? It's where I just can't get them to bite on it. So everybody's got baits they're comfortable with. And that is one. I mean, I can walk the dog like I'm out in Central Park. I can walk the dog like I'm moon walking his dog in the morning as he listens to the Rodcast. But I just can't get him to bite. So because of that, we'll just switch over to other baits. A little more confidence baits, you know. The ye old buzz bait is on the boat. It is on the boat right now. So here's what I'll do for you, CB. I'll throw it another 7 times. And then we'll see what happens. Yo, thank you very much, bromance. Hopefully you have a stellar day. All right, we got our deep diving crank back on. The wind has slightly shifted. There is no eelgrass on top. So, oh no, CB, we're gonna throw it, dog. We are gonna throw it. Hold on a second. Hold that thought. Okay, we're back. My crank got stuck somewhere down in the depths, and now it is back. But CB, we will throw it, dog. And we will throw it with all intentions of catching a fish. But mainly because we got it tied on, dog. If it wasn't tied on, then we would have just not been able to get that viewer request in. So let's turn it. Let's burn it. I think you guys can see that. I don't. Camera looks like it's pointing over there. Well, I can only describe to you this spot here, CB. I can't tell you if it's the right spot or not. This is about 10 foot flat. And there's a drop that goes to about 16. But I can tell you there are fish here. But it's like we got to get to them. A little bit of eelgrass. That's one in a billion here right now. But we billioned it. We are right now on a point right in front of this flat. So I'm throwing it where I would have thrown the deep diver or a jig or a number of baits. All right, bro, I haven't counted all of them, but it's feeling about 7-ish. Yo, I'll throw a dog and I want to catch off of this. Nobody doesn't like topwater. It's amazing, bro. But it's just amazing and it misses me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would love to see it. It's also like, I mean, I'd love to have $1 million, but $1 million have missed me as well. But we'll still strive for them. We want to see that. Where will we go with our last cast? Let's use the divining rod. Now, cold, right there. We use our divining rod to see where this bass is that wants this topwater. I will tell you, bro, counting is not my strong suit. We'll get one more in. And these are not short casts, bro. These are across that entire flat. Colin, there is no shallow water here, bro. Unless you mean the antennas, the antenna area. But that's out of casting range. All right, guys, we tried it. But alas, topwater has forsaken us. I mean, dude, it's a curse that I bear. Topwater does not want to play with me. And there's not much I can do to convince it. I buy the baits. I say, Topwater, I'm cool like that. Like, come on, Topwater. Let me be part of the crew. And it's like I'm just the outsider in high school. Topwater's like, bro, you're a nerd. You're a dork. You're a bottom dweller. Get out of here. Go back to your jigs and worms and whatnot. You're not welcome here. And I tell Topwater, I can change. I'll throw faster moving baits. I'll throw whatever. Just please, Topwater, let me join the gang. And Topwater hates me. And it's like the more I ask, the more needy I seem to Topwater. And it's like, nah, this fool, he just ain't for us. And that's the way it goes down. That's the story of my topwater life. It just ain't got no love for me. Oh, that reminds me. I need to tighten up that drag. Oh, thanks, Colin. If this was a casting contest, bro, boss, I'd be the champ. I'd be the reigning casting champion of the world. But alas, this is not. I've entered the wrong contest. This is a fishing show, not a casting show. Though I would see how some would get confused, because this is the Rodcast. They'd be like, I come here for the cast. But no, no, sir. You should come here for the BBLs. Let's slowly move down this. Dang it, bro. I almost wish I was an octopus right now so I could throw a jig, have it moving over here while I'm running this deep crank. Where's the stash when you need him? I'll see what he's throwing and then I'll just throw something different. Que pues, Stash? He left me, guys. All right, guys, so the flat should be somewhere off to my left. We are in 16 feet of water. We usually kind of chill out at that other area over there, but we'll venture out. I think the cool guys call it covering water. I think that's what they call it, but what do I know about being cool? Dudes, when I was cruising with the stash yesterday, we had the windows down because for some reason, whoever had this truck before me decided that he wanted to have the darkest tint possible to where no matter what time of day or night, it just always looked like night. So I lowered my windows so that I could see the traffic coming through when I got the boat on, so I can make sure that it's safe to go across. And this dude with these windows that caused me to lower them. As I had lowered them and pulled into, like, I don't know, just right there waiting to get into traffic. And this is a two lane, a four lane, essentially highway going through there. I think the speed limit right there is 60 miles per hour. So you got to be a little careful. An X-Wrap. Colin, I believe that I do have X-Wraps. I believe them to be in the tavern. I believe they do exist. But yeah, so I had my windows down. When I had my windows down, let's go to this island over here, guys. Let's see what's up with that. When I had my windows down, friggin' all of a sudden something comes in and just slams inside the vehicle. I'm like, what the heck was that? It slams inside the vehicle, almost like somebody threw me something in traffic, threw something into my vehicle, but that's not what happened. There's just a loud thud that happens inside my truck, and I was like, what the heck? And it was promptly followed by some kind of rattling noise. It's like, what the heck is that? So somehow, cicada had decided that it wanted to take a cruise with us. And that cicada was somewhere in the truck, just making all kinds of ruckus. We couldn't locate it. Every time we looked to see where it was and got near where it was, it would move somewhere else. And then we were trying to knock it out of the vehicle, of course, with nonstop laughter. So the stash is laughing his bass off that there's a cicada somewhere in the vehicle. And I'm all like, bro, it's got to be on the seat. I could hear it right behind me. And he's looking, and he goes, I can't find it. So he's looking on the back of the seat. I was like, dude, I can hear it. It's right behind me somewhere. It was like the Christmas Vacation situation where the squirrel was right on the back of what is his name? Of Christmas Vacation of, what does his wife call him? His wife calls him, I don't remember what his wife calls him, but every time he'd turn around, you'd see the squirrel. You'd see the squirrel. So the cicada was somewhere on my back, like right here. And then the stash is laughing like hysterically. He's like, hey, it's on your back. It's on your back. It's on your back. And I was like, what are you talking about? It's on my back. I don't feel it on my back. It was right here, bro. And so I go, there's nothing on my back. And I would lean back on the seat And then the cicada would be all like, brrr, brrr, brrr. And I'd be like, what, dude? I don't even feel anything. So I was sort of crushing it, and the cicada was all like, I'm gonna die. And then it would stop when I would pull the pressure, or like take the pressure off. And it kept on doing that for a while. I was like, dude, there is no cicada on my back. And he goes, yeah, there is, bro, it's right there. And he started laughing like crazy. So then I had to get out of the vehicle. I had to reverse it and then get out of the vehicle to get the cicada off my back. And then after that, yeah, but so his name is Clark Sparky. There you go. Sparky's the name. So, the cicada when I got off the truck, I was like, bro, there's nothing on my back. And he goes, it's on the seat. It's on the seat. And he started laughing. And then, you know, he tried to flick it out of the vehicle. And eventually, needless to say, we got rid of the squirrel. But, bros, you don't know how close he was to probably peeing his pants. And I laughed, but he was seeing it all from a distance. So, you know, it's a lot funnier when things aren't happening to you. Oh, bro, that's how you cap off a fishing trip. With a cicada trying to roll with you guys. An unwelcome visitor. All right, guys, let's check out this island. We're gonna have to side image it to see where this grass line is. So yeah, bro, that was ridiculous. The stash had a great time. Oh, that reminds me, the stash needs to send me some pictures of another visitor that we had, but this one was when we were already at the house. Dude, I went back to go look at that portion of the video when he was laughing like crazy, and I did see the seed that he spit at me, and I'm like, what the heck is this guy laughing at? But he thought I was gonna take off so that when I took off, the seed would fly and go backwards, but instead, it just landed directly on me. And I'm just looking at him like, what are you laughing at, dog? And he's looking at me like, oh man, that was the best. All right. We're looking. There's the grass. We are in 8 feet right now. Going into 10 feet. There's little sporadic spots of grass. Oh. Stash caught some fish, eh? Ah, Canadian, classic Canadian response right there. I appreciate that, Colin. So here's a little bit more eelgrass on the top. That is going to cause a slight issue for us, but anyways. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Look at how much of a believer I am in a top water. or a dreamer, let's say, not a believer, because I dream of Jeannie, but do I believe that Jeannie will show up one day? I doubt it. We are in 8 feet of water. Ajajay. A lot of eelgrass. There should be some grass out there. We are in 10 feet of water. Let's turn the camera a little bit so we get a better angle of what may or may not happen. Al, I appreciate you being here, dog. And if you would care to join us, you're always welcome, my dog. We are always grinding. We are in 9 feet. No grass underneath us. We will do 3 more casts. Of the buzzbait. I think it's the distance there, bromance. I think that's why it's not working. Your incantation needs to be amplified. We're in 6 feet. I do see a little bit of grass. CB has said that I'm not a great counter, so oh, you want to splash right in front of me. Now this is the part where you guys would tell me, hey, throw to that splash. So I will. But I doubt that that will produce a bite. But I have been proven wrong in my day. Turn the camera this way. There's some splashing, but let's see if we can get some action. Ah, those are carp. Those are carp, boys and girls. If we get some of that action, then, I mean, that would be the perfect ending right there. It would be a carp biting it, and I'm like, oh, so I did get a topwater strike, but it was a carp. We got carped. Good thing we saw that carp come up. Ah, oh, son of a gun. Oh well, we're gonna throw Don's chatterbait in there. Well, CB, I'll play. None of us are ordinary viewers. I actually think that all the viewers are extraordinary. Bromance, extraordinary. Colin, extraordinary. Al, extraordinary. Amanda, extraordinary. Creel, I mean, well, he's just Creel, but still welcome. All right, we are now in 5 feet of water, guys. I don't think that this island is going to produce. I think this is we've been carped. We are in 3.5 feet of water. There is some grass out there. Remember, guys, we have to keep that non-zero streak alive. We have areas we can go to keep it alive, but we're just cruising around, guys. Oh no, bromance, it is I who should be thanking you for being a regular viewer on the Rodcast. We are looking for size. All right, guys, this didn't pan out. Let's move. What is the time we got right now? It's barely 7. We've been out here for a decent amount of time, and we only have one bite that broke off my lure. Is that a good Tuesday? Well, we're on the water, so I can't complain. Let's go see what the other side of the lake looks like. It might be full of eelgrass, it might not. But there's only one way to find out. Cuvo Moon, where were you, dog? We threw ourselves at top water. Que pues? We threw a whopper plopper for you, bro. Oh yeah, dog, it broke off my cool 6XD. Broke it off like a boss. Well, you see, here's the thing, guys. When a guy takes off and then it drops like that, is that supposed to drop like that? Let's find out. Well, there's the answer, boys. On that drop. But you guys are not watching. You'll see it in a second. Let me see if I can get... It's because he's trying to go into my trolling motor. This is what we found. It wasn't the fish that we're looking for, but this is what we found. We found ourselves a slab. Moderator, moderator. Moderator, would you like this crappie? Let's do a little crappie verification here. I don't remember exactly the legal length for a crappie. We'll let it go. But we got ourselves a crappie, guys. How nice. Creel, you just missed a crappie, almost break me off. Just kidding, Creel. Oh, whatever comes my way. Shh. I know that jam, bro, but I don't know that jam. It's like, headed on the highway, blah, blah, blah. Oh, whatever comes my way. Creel's gonna say I'm not American for not knowing that song. So we caught ourselves one crappie. That must have been what I was seeing hanging out right there. Some very aggressive crappie. "9 inches? Okay, bro, well then I threw that guy back for no reason. He was 13 inches. Utilize the electronics, and the electronics got us a crappie. Dude, I need to tighten my belt because my freaking pants keep sneaking their way down. We'll do a couple more casts here, and then we will move. And thank you, Moon, for checking that out. I mean, these guys are probably like, dude, we've already seen that 100 times. We've told you what the minimum length is. But I forget, since I'm not after those guys. I might have a fish fry one day with the amount of crappie that we're accumulating here. I'll have a fish fry. I won't invite Creel because I don't want my heart to be broken, because he's gonna say I can't. The ladies won't let me go. And then I'll be sad because Creel told me he didn't want to go to my party. But I already knew that Creel couldn't go to my party. So I technically set myself up for failure. All right, let's move, Vatos Locos. We are gonna go and check out what's going on the other side of the bridge. I will turn off the side imaging on my front fish finder. That way I don't get tricked into stopping again. It doesn't take much to get me to stop. Apparently it only took a crappie this time. Creel will bring the eggs. It's a fish fry, Creel. Oh, well, I guess you need that for batter, maybe. Who knows? We'll have to ask the moderator. Sometimes we set ourselves up for failure, bromance. You know, that's like if I would believe everything my brother told me when he says, yo, dog, I'm gonna go on the boat. Because even though you guys were unaware of this, he told me once he knew the stash was in the hood, he was all like, hey, wait, I gotta get on that boat. I'll get on that boat this weekend. And I'm like, bro, don't even waste my time. Why are we even talking, dog? If that's what you called for, then no thanks, dog. I know how this plays out. But again, he had said he would show up on the Rodcast, but I don't get my hopes up, homies. The odds of him showing up to the Rodcast are the same as Creel going to a fish fry that I invite him to. Only difference is Creel has responsibilities. And that's what would keep Creel. Oh, there's one more difference. Creel would immediately tell me, no, I don't think I can make it because all these ladies be pulling at me. And that is acceptable. And I'd be like, oh, thanks, Creel. Thanks for letting me know. But my brother would be all like, yeah, I'm going to be there, Way. I'm going to be there. And then you'd never hear from him for like 3 weeks. And then he'd pop in. He'd be like, hey, Way, what's up? Like nothing happened. So maybe there are a couple of differences. I think you guys might be able to see the eelgrass mats that are floating around in this place. They are gross. Well, bromance, it's like that old saying, bro. Oh, it would have been crazy, Colin. It would have been insanity, bro. I would have taken my mic off and I would have just given both of them a mic, and it would have just been the stupidest, like, back and forth we would have seen ever on the Rodcast. Then you guys would have seen what it was like back in the day when both of them were on the boat. Colin, there are floating mats of this stuff. So yeah, guys, it's like that old saying, bro. You can lead a vato to the boat, but you can't stop him from drinking. You know what I'm saying? It's an old saying, guys. I think that's the way it goes. I might be a little bit off, but I think that's the way the saying goes. Oh, bromance, it would have been insanity, dog. It would have been non-stop laughs. But I might have also pulled my hair out, you know. And that says a lot, guys, because like I got my hair short and I don't got a lot of it, so I kind of want to keep what I got. But I would pull it out, dog. I would pull it out, no problem. And it would be that kind of painful because I'd have to get a set of tweezers, and pull out one at a time. It's not huge, like, swaths of hair, bro. It would be one at a time. So when you got like huge amounts of hair, well, you're able to pull out big chunks, and then the sensitivity of the amount of pain goes away because it's numbed across an entire surface. But it would be that acute pain from having to pull out every hair one at a time, and that would be worth it to me just to help it stop. Krill coming through with that Cypress Hill. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Went insane, got no brain. That is what 30 times 2 plus, I believe, 3 will do to your mind. We're gonna get ourselves a fish. That's a lot of 3s. You watching Steph Curry highlights? Dude, I might not even be, well, no, I'd still cast. I would still cast because these guys would just be either arguing or laughing. So somebody had to do some fishing. And then I would interrupt the conversation with a fish, and then they'd be like, oh, that's cool. And then they'd go back to whatever they were arguing or discussing. That's how that would end up. All right, guys, we are in 12 feet of water right now. There is a little strip of rock or something that looks like rock, so it probably is rock, unless my eyes are deceiving me. But my eyes have deceived me before, because when I look in the mirror, I'm telling you, my eyes tell me something that might be a little different than reality. My eyes look in the mirror and they're all like, look at that young buck. Woo! And I just got to go throughout the day thinking, yeah, young buck in the house. But some of you guys might be looking and being like, look at that old schmuck. So, I don't know, guys. Maybe your eyes are lying to you, or my eyes are lying to me. But I like my lies. I like when my eyes lie to me and tell me, yo, bro, you're still that young buck, dog. If they were lying to me. All right, so my eyes are calibrated with bromance, so we're good. So that's a validation of my scientific experiment here. And I do appreciate that, bromance. Dudes, I don't know if I told you the story of when Stash was here and I was all like, yo, bro. He was like, well, let me get up there and get my water. I was halfway off the boat and halfway on the boat. And I was like, dude, I could just go get it. And he's like, nah, I'll get it. And I was like, dude, I'm already, he goes, but you're halfway off the boat. And I was like, but I'm also halfway on the boat, so I can just step back up here. And he's all like, nah, that's cool. And I said, bro, let me go get that water. So I got the water for him. And then as I was walking, or as he was walking away, he goes, I was like, why didn't you want me to get that water? And then he yelled out something. He was like, it's because you're like, and then he yelled out something. And I couldn't really hear it, probably because his statement was accurate. And then he told me, when I got in the truck, I was like, hey, what'd you say? And he goes, oh, I said, it's because you're like 80. And I was like, all right. And then we laughed about it. And I told him, Vato, don't you know I'm aging in reverse? I'm Benjamin Button up here, dog, aging in reverse. And then he laughed, we laughed, and he lived. I don't know how, but he ended up living. Probably because he's lucky. It's my Contra? Bro, how does Contra deceive me, bro? Are you talking about I put in unlimited lives? Yo, Krill, from a distance, your comment looked like you said that I was brown noising. I was like, what the heck? Is that like white noise? But I'm brown noise? I mean, that makes sense. Maybe some people are all like, yo, I just need something in the background. Just let's turn on some brown noise. But if they really wanted some brown noise, I'd probably be all like, arriba, arriba, arriba. Oh, yeah. Hello, vatos. What's happening? But I don't think they're ready for that. Yo, dog, but you could play Contra now. I mean, the only thing that I haven't played is Minecraft. And we won't even get into the rules of Minecraft, dog. They're very confusing, so that's why I don't even mess with Minecraft. They would be very confusing to figure out, okay, can I do this here or Minecraft or what am I in right now? So that's the problem, dudes. Minecraft is a difficult game to master. So I don't even mess around with Minecraft. It's too complicated. And all the young fishermen are coming into the chat right now and they're thinking, what is this guy talking about that Minecraft is difficult? Well, if you know, you know. Because Minecraft was mentioned many a time. What is this? Eelgrass? Well, I mean, that's possible. All right, guys, I have found the rock. Now let's see if I can find the fish. This is rock, moderate to expert, I should say. And again, it is possible that you could have heard that Unlimited and Bromance, as this is filmed before live studio commenters. We will be fishing until about 11-ish. We will give this place another 10 minutes or so, and then we will move. We are not throwing the blue craw jig. We are throwing, I don't even know what color this is. It could be Mama Bream. It could be, who knows what color it is. Once they come out of the pack and they are floor jigs, there's no way that I'm going to remember what they actually are. Unless it's blue craw. So, the lure that I broke off, Creel, which I didn't break off, a fish broke off, was 6XD. It was my natural shad 6XD. Don't really appreciate these fish breaking off my lure like that. Very not cool. Very unbecoming of these fish. Oh, dudes, so here's a question that I have for you guys, and this is very important for the chat. As whatever your answer is, I will adhere to. Here's the question. Excuse me. So let me read this to you guys. I received an email from the Tube. So the Tube asked this question, and I will read it to you verbatim. Hi, Latin Bass Assassin, the best rodcaster on the planet, also known as the champ, the live streaming champion of the world, dubbed so by Unlimited, not by himself, as he is a humble man. and knows only humility and stupidity, comma. That's how they started it off, right? But then they go on saying, we are launching a new feature that allows you to share your channel and audience data to potentially be discovered by advertisers and brands for more earning opportunities like higher revenue ads, brand deals, and shop affiliate offers. Why are we introducing this setting? The creator economy is growing and more advertisers and brands are eager to partner with YouTube creators, but they can't always be sure if you're a good match because your channel and audience information is not easily available. While you may already be working with some brands, and the only brand I work with is the Good Lord, but we also sell the merch on Semper Fish. That is a brand made for a member of the family. While you may be already working with some brands and advertisers, this new channel insight setting in YouTube Studio may improve earning opportunities for creators like you. What does this setting do? To help your channel be discovered by advertisers and brands, we're offering creators an easier way to share channel insights via this setting. This setting is off by default, but creators have full control to turn it on or off at any time. What are some potential earning opportunities? Examples of potential earning opportunities include higher revenue ad campaign partnerships with advertisers, more brand deal offers, and higher shopping affiliate commissions. As always, not all the listed example opportunities will apply to all creators. What data will be shared? And this is the important portion, guys, because this is your data, not my data. So I will not sell your data or whatever, but we will go to more than likely a poll here to see what exactly we want to do. What data will be shared? We will securely share aggregated channel and audience insights through Google tools. Example, Creator Partnership Hub, Google Ad Insight Finder, to help brands determine if a channel's audience is a good fit. Below is a set of sample metrics. Visit our help center to learn more. Channel statistics, including number of subscribers, views, likes, and comments. Audience breakdown, including your audience's gender, geographies, and age ranges. YouTube shopping program performance. If you are using this feature, including number of tagged videos, views of tagged videos, and tagged merchants. So I can click this button here to start that, but I want to get romance. I knew I shouldn't have read the beginning portion of their email, because then you would have gotten stuck right there, because you would have been lost in the man's humility. You'd be like, wow, that is a humble man right there. A humble man. So let me do a little test here. Moderator, calling all moderators. All right, after this cast, we will leave. I did get a little bite right here, but I think it was too little to even consider a bite. Moderator, so can you, is the moderator mad at me? She's over here giving a normal answer instead of like, what do you want? She's all like, Hello. How may I be of assistance? So, the question, moderator, is, are the viewers comfortable with me selecting the I don't want to say the button, the option, select the option of letting advertisers know some of their channel data. Now, some of it, I mean, I don't know how detailed they get. What I read is what I know. It says age, gender, and other things like that, but I don't know what all of the things are. All right, so Colin said, I kind of assumed they were already using that data. Creel says, if it's going to make you more money, should we really be involved? Well, so Creel, I don't want to give away people's information because I am a strong believer in privacy and people's ability to keep their data to themselves rather than corporations knowing what we're doing, how we're doing, and this, that, and the other. So that's why I put it out as a poll. Well, at least I think I am. I don't know for a fact, but eventually a poll will be put out there because you guys are the homies, bro. We're out here fishing around. We're not out here we're not Teslas, bro. We're not Teslas that are, and this is allegedly, that are really information companies that are acting like they are a car company. Because if you think about this, guys, Teslas have your location. They have visual data all around you. They know where you're at. They know when you leave. They know all this information. Now, when I go to my Chevy, I mean, now it's different, right? But when I go to my old school Chevy, I get in the car, I go wherever I want. The only thing tracking me now is my phone. But if I go in a Tesla, well then, my dudes, Tesla has all the information. But everybody thinks, oh yeah, Teslas are cool. But they are getting all the information from around you. They see what stores you go to. They see this, they see that. They know everything. Gary, I got a ghost. I know it's a little scary, but I got a ghost. I got a ghost. And that is, you are correct, Unlimited, that phones are worse, but that's an option that you get to choose, not that I am choosing for you. And that is the spot, or the reason why I'm asking this. because this is not something that you guys would be choosing. This is something that I would be choosing. And that's why I am trying to make it so that you guys can make the choice with your own information. All right, Gary, so I only had one problem with the ghost. So I don't remember what, I had to take it to these guys for them to fix it. And here in Alabama, there was only one area that would work on ghosts. It was like Ghostbusters or something, but there's only one area that would work on them, one store. So I had to take it to like close to Birmingham. And then I left it there. They had it for, I don't know, a week and a half, 2 weeks, who knows. And then they fixed it. I forgot what was going on. Oh, the foot pedal might not have been working or something, and they replaced it. But, I mean, as I keep it real here, bro, I will tell you, if you are attempting to do forward facing or something along those lines, the ghost trolling motor does have an inherent flaw to it. The arrow in the front, which I'll show you in a second, the arrow in the front does not always point in the direction that you think it is pointing to. All right, I don't see a lot of markings. Yeah, moderator, so more than likely they are collecting the data for their own purposes. So YouTube is going to, you know, make money off of people any way they can. You know, whenever you're watching stuff, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But now for me to share someone else's data, then, I mean, that's not mine. So that's why I don't want to do that without these homies having a say. Let's go check something real quick. What is Creel talking about Tesla? Creel, now it's one thing for a person to accept the yes, I accept all terms and give away their own information. That is totally up to each individual. But for me to do so, that's where I gotta ask, because I cannot. Well, the positive things it said about me were only in the name, in the hello. Then after that, they were like, hello, humble man that Unlimited deemed the live stream champion of the world, the live stream fishing champion of the world, because he would not do so himself because he is a humble man. That's all they said. And then after that, they're all like, can we make money off of your viewers? Because here's the thing, dogs. It's I mean, they are selling it like it's, hey man, we're trying to help you make more money. But remember, every ad that is placed on here, YouTube takes a chunk of that ad. So it's not like they're just all, oh, hey man, we're gonna give you all this money. That's not the way it goes down. They're like, hey man, we want you to make more money. We see that you're producing a lot of content. we see that your channel is growing. So let's partner together and give your viewers information to as many people as we can so that we can both make more money. But I'm not sure that's my decision to make. I'll show you right now, Gary. I'll show you the ghost trolling motor things that I was talking about. All right, guys, let's go pick off. Oh, the dummies. I forgot what those are called. It's a dummy's guide to fishing, a dummy's guide to zeroing, a dummy's guide to dummying. Oh, that's my book right there, guys. This is the dummy's guide to dummying. It's not a bad idea, Krill. The dummy's guide to dummying through life. That's a good idea, Krill. I'm gonna make that book, The Dummy's Guide to Dummying. Look, guys, just do dummy stuff and you'll be all right. But there is a limit to the amount of dummying you can do and be a respectable dummy. All right, let's go show Gary this trolling motor situation. Oh, I knew it. I knew Krill was gonna come out real quick saying, yo. So let me pop this little yellow rod off or out. Krill, am I gonna fall in the water? No, don't be a dummy. All right. So, give me a second, bro. What I see, Gary, let's look and see what I'm talking about. This is nice clear water. I'm gonna give you a look at a potential hazard, and I don't say hazard as in you're gonna die or anything, but potential problem with the ghost trolling motor. So right there, dog, that arrow, all this sort of looks like it's in line, right? That looks like it's pretty much in line with where the trolling motor is pointing. But watch. I have slowly moved that trolling motor, and now you could see that it's already a little bit off. At least I hope you can see it. Maybe you can't. So right here, you can see the arrow is pointing in this direction, right? But hopefully you can see that the trolling motor down there is not pointing in that direction. It should be, I mean, it's pointing where that yellow bar is. That trolling motor is not lined up with that arrow. So that right there is an issue that I have had to deal with, and that's why you put the yellow bar on there, because look at it now. That yellow bar is almost perpendicular to it, so you can see the trolling motor pointing off to the right, But this arrow right here is pointing basically straight forward. Well, in terms of in line with this trolling motor, right? So you have to, I mean, there are ways to make this less. So don't think that what I'm telling you right now it is completely the way it is because, you know, that's just life. There are ways to pop that arrow off, and then you put some grease right there, but you got to clean it and do this and that. And sometimes that grease ends up getting more and more debris and stuff when you're fishing, right? The size of the shaft was, I don't remember. These details I do not have. Well, let me see. It might be on this foot pedal right here. I think the foot pedal says it. It is a 47-inch shaft. You see, bro? I just gotta give it a little bit of time. So it is a 47-inch shaft. And the other thing that I got a problem with, is that these two little bolts right there, they seem to, after a lot of usage, they seem to loosen. These two right here, they end up loosening. And that's why you guys hear a lot of noise. Because you see how it just moves back and forth? It comes from the head of the trolling motor just moving depending on, I mean, I tightened those earlier in last week. So it ends up, those get loose, but functionally, it's not a big deal, but they do get loose. And that is where the creaking and all that comes from, because it's moving back and forth. But for the most part, it does have a little bit of a, like a kind of noise to it. But to me, bro, that noise, it don't matter. But that's me. I'm not a fish. So I don't know if the fish are there and they're like, wait, that's a ghost right there. Ooh, everybody run. We've got a ghost in the house. Because you got to see how the fish, the school of fish are going to react to the paranormal. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me, dog. Those are things I can live with, but I don't do any forward-facing this, that, or the other. So that is something that you need to look out for. Now, I don't know if other trolling motors have other issues, but functionally, bro, it's good. Power-wise, it's good. It's good for all the things that I care about. Now, there was one time that it did something crazy. Like, it just started doing weird, like I spot locked, and then it just started going like in a circle or something. I was like, what in the heck is going on here? So it did go a little bit crazy, but then I just shut it off and turned it back on. And eventually, I think it started working again. Or maybe that's why I took it. I don't remember. That was a long time ago. So, Beppo, I have put Loctite on that. I put Loctite. It seems to, it's got to be all the vibration and whatever. They just seem to find a way to get loose. Now, also, GPS wise, I mean, dudes, if you guys could see it right now, the arrow is pointing that way, but the trolling motor is pointing in the other direction. Like, they are like at a 45 away from each other. But when it comes to anchor mode, which is spot lock, whatever, because I think Humminbird says spot lock and these guys do anchor mode. Same shad. It's not there's not a difference in what they're doing. But here's the thing, and I don't know, I haven't had a Humminbird trolling motor in a while. I think they're called Minn Kota, but I haven't had one of those in a while. But once you hit the spot lock, or the anchor mode, I should say, once you hit that, it seems like no matter where it is, it wants to go back a little bit. So let's say right now we've been in this position for a long time. We haven't moved. Well, relative to what's going on, we haven't really moved. So let's move it. Now the anchor mode is disengaged. So I hit spot lock and it's gonna chill right here, right? No big deal. But if you are cruising, so let's move. I don't know if this is only to this trolling motor, but we're moving. We're going forward a little bit. We're gonna go forward some amount. Let me turn that speed up just a little bit. We're gonna go forward some amount, a little bit to the right, to the left. No big deal. And now we're gonna hit spot lock. Now we hit the anchor mode. Now this thing goes backwards. I can understand why it goes backwards a little bit, but the amount that this thing goes backwards sometimes is like, what's going on here, bro? Like, you should not have moved me from there to here. I'm almost back to where I started. I don't understand how they are choosing their amount of error or whatnot to determine their position. But clearly we were spot locked in the right location to get our first fish of the day, guys. That is not a crappie. So I don't know if Hummingbird's situation does, like, they have a little more accuracy or whatever, but this is actually better because now I have it tied to, I believe that this fish finder in the front, the Pro, has a 10 hertz refresh rate instead of the 1 hertz refresh rate for position that it used to have. Because these HDS Lives, I believe that they have 1 hertz, and the Pro has 10 hertz. So guys, let's see if we can get this fish in the boat. Remember about that 3K subscriber giveaway, guys. All you got to do is be a subscriber and put a comment in said video, and you'll be entered to win a $50 Bass Pro Shop or Tackle Warehouse gift card. You guys got in the way right there. Unlimited wants me to put my feet up, but I'm on this side, dog. I can't put my feet up over here. That right there is a nicely hooked fish. So this is probably just a little John, guys, but this does continue our streak, our consecutive streak of non-zeros. Thank the good Lord. that as we were discussing the technical aspects of the Lowrance Ghost, we were able to land this potential Little John. This is definitely a Little John. This is a Little John, because this fish is okay. Wash hello, bros. That right there is an okay fish. We caught that off of a Mag Dizzy, Texas rigged Mag Dizzy green pumpkin worm. So yeah, Gary, let me see. You tuned in at the first catch. We're going to credit Old School for that catch because he just tuned in on the first catch. Lane, what's happening? I understand that part. I'm just saying it's possible to charge. I have 2 batteries set up to run 24. Wait. What is the question? So, okay, I have 2 batteries set up to run 24 volts. I want to do an onboard charger. How is it possible to keep those plugged up on the onboard charger at all times? So I think I'm a little confused with the question here, dude. Onboard charger. That fish weighed 3 pounds, 4 ounces. Are you talking about like the power pole charger or something? We are in 5 feet of water, guys. There is grass out there. So that is also, I don't know, I don't have experience in the other trolling motors, but that is also one of what I found to be a very nifty option on the Ghost. Now, some people will be all like, well, I've only got 2 batteries, so I want to run it in 24. Okay, that makes sense. Some people be like, I got 3, so let's run it in 36. Gives you more juice, lets you be out there longer, yada, yada, yada. But what I found that to be very helpful with, of course, you got to know which one is shot, but there have been 2 occasions that my batteries on the trolling motor side have died on me. They are Bass Pro Shop Tracker lithium batteries. There have been 2 occasions that one of those guys went kaput. So as it went kaput, I just figured out which battery it was, and then I was able to switch to the 24 volt configuration on the trolling motor, and then do a little bit of rewiring back there. And by doing so, I was able to save the fishing day, because all I had to do was switch the modes and all that other work back there, and then the trolling motor was working again. So that I found very useful. But of course, that's not going to do you any real good if you've got only 2 batteries. But if you got a 3 battery in series to give you the 34 volts, 36, then you are good. You are good to go if you can figure out which battery is the one that doesn't have the juice. And that would just take a multimeter, putting it on there and being like, nope, no juice in that one. All right, so, if that's Gary's question, my batteries are hooked up in series for 36 volts, and each one of them has a lead to them from the charger. So you should be good there. Now, it is possible to charge them by having one battery with the lead and then them being in series, but that is going to take a lot longer. So I would not do that. Gary, I would have even let you look under the hood, bro. I would have opened the batteries and been all like, all right, look, dude, this is what the batteries look like. This is how they're connected. Which, speaking of, I'm still waiting for my ionic battery to be sent back to me. I haven't really ventured out, guys, because, so here's my setup here. When I got the two batteries for, I got two starter batteries. One I connect to Elon, and the other I connect as my starter battery, and it controls my two graphs. But I now have the 16 here, and the 16, it likes it some juice. So since it likes it some juice, I'm a little hesitant to go and fish further up the river without having my ionic, because that Lithium Pro has left me a couple times, and that stuff is not cool. But if it leaves me and I got my ionic, or vice versa, then all I got to do is switch them on the water, and then I'll be able to start up again and get off the water. That is how I've been doing it for a long time. So now it's kind of a crutch. So I'd hate to go up there and have my battery die because I don't have a second starter battery on the boat. Hey, you know what, guys? I'm gonna throw. This is a flat up here. I'm in 6 feet of water. There's grass up there. I'm gonna throw a buzz bait. A little top water for the homies. We already got our fish to continue the streak. We are still looking for that 5-pounder to pay out a hundo to the homies, but we are not there yet. So I think I'm gonna go looking for some more offshore kind of situation here. It is flat calm. Bluebird skies. What you would love to fish in, guys. Every fisherman knows these are the best conditions to fish. I say that facetiously, and I don't know what happened to the poll because, you know, we started discussing Gary's questions. Okay. All right, Krill. Krill wants me to keep some kind of jump box in here. Only problem is that's another thing I got to charge, bro. Another thing I got to remember. And remember, I got hit by a car, dog. So remembering all these things, that means I'm going to have to get rid of a memory. Currently, my mind can only keep so many memories. So, Creel, thanks for the suggestion, but you might be the memory that I might have to get rid of. And I don't know about that, bro. We got to choose one. Do I remember Creel's charger? His jumper thing? Do I remember to charge that? Or do I remember to remember Creel? Though, I mean, theoretically, Creel will keep popping in the memory because he'll show up and he'll just tell me Creel-like things, and then I'll be all like, who is this guy that just keeps on telling me things that are going to make me cry? So we can do that. Old school, the poll was whether we wanted to, or YouTube had offered this advertising thing to try and get more advertisers and partners to the channel, right? But in order to do so, it would be at the expense of the users, of the viewers' data, such as age, geographic location, and I'm just assuming it's like the US or something. I don't know how detailed their data goes. So apparently they haven't been really sharing that information. So I don't know. But we kind of just left it at unknown right now because I don't know if the poll got put up. I could run the camera off that box, but then I got to charge that box. And that's space, weight. So let's think about it. I got the backup starter battery anyway, so I've already got that weight. That weight is being utilized to charge, to run Elon and all these. Well, Elon, and it used to be connected, it still is. It used to be powering my forward-facing sonar if I ever used it, but we don't. So it definitely powers Elon. So if Elon's got a problem, if the boat's got a problem, then I just switch those batteries over. I would, in theory, spot lock somewhere, switch the batteries over, and then go from there with the weight that I already have in the boat. Now, your suggestion would add more weight to the boat, and I've already lost weight, dog. So, I guess we got some padding right there. Since I've already lost weight, we got a little bit of padding where we could go back to status quo. So your suggestion is a time saver, because I would just clip those things and then zap. Oh, here's the other thing, Creel. So, I mean, this is not the other thing that I was going to tell you about, but as I read your comment, you say you don't think 20 pounds is going to affect the bottom line. But it does, Creel, and that's why I don't eat on the boat, because that's extra weight. That's the true reason, guys, that we don't eat on the boat, and that's because we don't want to add more weight. But that's neither here nor there, Creel, as that's not even the truth. But I don't think right now, and I've looked in there, and I'm like, where in the heck? I don't think right now Silver is charging the battery as we're cruising. So even if this Naco or whatever it's called, even if this did jumpstart the battery, as we saw with Silver when the Ionic died, it needs some level of juice on it in order to run the stuff for the motor. So for some reason, and I haven't stopped fishing to figure out what that reason is, for some reason, Silver is not charging, or at least I don't think. When the Ionic comes back and I can see the battery setup, and I can see, because the app that the Ionic has, it allows you to see when the battery's charging. £2. It's from a distance, Creel. My 2020 vision, my 2015 vision. So either way, we're saving weight. But the battery needs to have some juice. So I'm waiting for the Ionic battery to come back, and that's why I want it as my starter battery, so that when these things are on, it will tell me, yo, dog, you got about this much battery left. And then I will know, okay, I got 9 hours of battery left, or whatever the case may be. And with that app, I can better plan the day. With the Lithium Pro, I have no idea how much battery is left. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that it won't die and leave me again. We got a restricted call, guys. Let's see who it is, but not you guys, just me. Okay, so Moon called me, and he was letting me know. He said, yo, Creel's a dummy, dog. Don't even be tripping about Creel. So I was all like, all right, Moon. I won't trip about Creel calling me a dummy. But either way, thanks for the call, Moon. I don't know why you restricted your phone number, but I do appreciate the call. Give me that pick me up. When Creel's trying to break my self-esteem out here, I appreciate that. So, again, Moon out here trying to throw some gasoline on things. Moon out here just, I mean, Moon likes to see the drama on the Rodcast. He's all like, yeah, Creel doesn't know what he's talking about, dog. All right, we are throwing a buzz bait. There is only like 4 feet of water out there, guys. Creel, you assume that I'm a dummy, dog. Maybe I just play a dummy on TV. But maybe I'm not a dummy. But Moon does like to see chaos. You know what I should be throwing out here is Don's chatterbait. Beautiful bromance. Bromance dropping 5 on it. Let me verify, because numbers from a distance, bro, are apparently failing me. It said 2 pounds, not 20. Maybe bromance put 5 cents, not $5. But either way, bromance got 5 on it. Fishing with Silver and me. Bromance got 5 on it. Grab your fishing pole, homie. And I will have you guys know that right now, there is let's say a healthy level of moisture on the top level of my epidermis. I don't even know if that's the right word. Just sounded right-ish. You know what, Moon? I'm even gonna throw a whopper plopper for you, dog. Would you look at that? I got a whopper plopper on deck. I got a white whopper plopper. We're tossing this out there for Moon. It must be super hot out here, guys. If I'm throwing these topwater baits, I must be delirious. I must be sweating out my brains. eelgrass. Oh. Oh. All right, guys. That did not pan out right there. Let's get Don's chatterbait, but I got to put a new trailer on here, guys, because, washalo, this trailer, look at the size of this. This is what I was throwing, all right? It's because, again, I'm Mexican, so I can't waste. But watch. You see that right there? That trailer. I'm going to get one of these. Actually, there's one right there. I'll just take this guy off the hook. So we got one. This is what one usually looks like when you start off. One usually looks like this. But this is how much of the bait I have cut off as it has been re-rigged. So look, guys. That is how much of the bait I've cut off in order to make it work on the chatterbait every time it gets torn. So that right there is basically nothing. So we are going to set this up again. Let's put this on there. And now it looks like this. Rather than what it looked like before, now it looks like this. Now maybe something would eat it. But let's find out. Let it hit the bottom. Slow roll it back. The stash said I was leading him astray, but I am not, bros. So we'll do a couple casts here, guys, with Don's chatterbait. We will move, and then we are going to go and look for some Some offshore shenanigans. I mean, clearly we are offshore right here. But I'm talking about deep shenanigans. I just haven't seen very many fish marking. Sup? The reason I don't got my lokes on right now, guys, is because they are getting fogged up. There was no wind to break up this humidity coming out of my mask. It says that it is a feels like temperature of 98 right now, dudes. It is 8 o'clock. Who invited 98 at this point in time? Not me, not I. Now, why did Creel trip on me for changing a word? Why are you tripping, Creel? It's cloudy and 70 wherever moon is, bro. You enjoy that. Because where I is and where I be, it is hot. Ah, yes. Let us move. Let's get some water before we evaporate. Ah, beautiful, beautiful sauna temperatures. Sauna, colita de rana. If you guys don't know, well, sorry guys, you don't know about that Mexican voodoo. Sana, colita de rana. Something, something, blah, blah, blah. That wasn't even a Spanish word, guys. That was just me messing around. Let's go. Get hot, boys. I'll tell you right now, Robbie, I am the thing being grilled, dude. Colin knows Rana. Sadly, I think we all know Rana, bro. Sana sana colita de rana. Yo, Creel, I would be begging for it to feel like 88. Drew Pearson, Michael Irvin, frickin' CeeDee Lamb. I'm begging for it to feel like that, dog. But nah, dog, it feels like, as my southern people say, hot as all heck out here. I think that's what they say. I've heard a couple of them say that. So is that all of them? No, but some of them. You are better off, Romance, for not knowing Rana. All right, we are doing some side imaging right here. We are in 26 feet. We are looking around, checking out what's going on down here. Structure-wise, this place always looks good. Fish-wise, I've only caught a few off of here. There are stumps down here. And we got to take into consideration how much eelgrass we are going to be contending with. Floating eelgrass. Not the stuff on the bottom, but there are multiple stumps down here. Right now, you guys should be seeing a loading bar above my head as I am processing. Processing. Please wait. Processing. Data ingested. Computation complete. We will continue going forward. There's another little area over here. Let us compute this data. And that is how Robbie racks up the points. That's how Robbie stays on the good side of the point battle. It's little things like that, guys, that keep Robbie out of the negative. You guys see how this is a mixture of very intelligent men. There is a whole swath of intelligence here, guys. Things that you're not gonna get on other channels. Some of it's fishing knowledge, and some of it is life knowledge, life lessons. It's all like, look, bros, don't make your moderators mad. Some of it is just random stuff. Like sana colita de rana. That right there is, what? What's this fool talking about? Did he have a seizure? What's going on? Is he speaking in tongues? But Robbie, Robbie, that doesn't seem like that was keeping your moderator happy. That kind of seems like it was keeping your moderator mildly annoyed. Because she rolled her eyes at the comment. She's like, Robbie being Robbie. Because I've had my moderator, I mean, 90%, I don't even know how the moderator can even see straight when 90% of the time, anytime I say something, she just rolls her eyes back and I'm all like, oh, she's possessed again. I'm out of here. So I don't even know how she can walk. All right, guys, I don't see anything of interest there. I mean, I always see structure that's interesting, and I'm sure that there'll be pues Juan or two there, pero Juan or two, I guess we only need Juan or two in order to pay out that BBL Plus that we've been waiting for. What has it been? 8 days? Well, less, because we caught one and then we paid out one BBL Plus, or knocked off one BBL Plus. Well, Robbie, I guess that makes the marriage fun, at least for one side. Sometimes I'm not sure how much fun the moderator is having. All right, guys, let's go. Let's go give the engine a little bit of a cruise. living life, homies. This is like a flight simulation. I'm coming in for a landing. Woo! Wait, you could be amused and roll your eyes? Huh. I might be misreading all situations at all times. We are in 18 feet of water, guys. We are going to look and see what is out here. We are getting closer to the channel. This little hump went up from 18 to 16 to 15. I just see a bunch of what look like stumps out here. And now back down to 19. Kind of feel like I didn't see a lot of stacked up fish. And now we are in 20 feet. Welcome to the cruising around with the Latin Bass Assassin while he just stares at his screen and everybody's like, what is this guy looking at? Nobody knows. That is what you have stumbled upon right now, guys. That looked like a massive bait ball. Yes, sir, Big Peppo. I'm either throwing a deep diving crank or a jig down there. All right, guys, let's try it. There's not a lot of eelgrass here, so we have a shot. We just gotta line it up, okay, to that. Let's try it, dudes. It's a fish around and find out kind of situation right here. We have never fished this area. And maybe we have had our eyes opened. But then again, maybe we will see nothing. Man, as soon as that motor turned off, woo, it got a little toasty. Let's throw us a deep diving crank. I see arches underneath the boat right now. That flat with a drop is in front of me. So to me, I will tell you guys that I'm not that great at casting to like open just areas that are like, okay, I saw something out here and let's just cast to these fish that could be roaming around who knows where. Now, when it's structure related, okay, cool. I can fish that drop, I can fish this, I can do whatever. But this right here, some of these arches are kind of, to me, in the middle of nowhere. But where they are at is probably where I should be at. But like a lost little puppy dog, I'm gonna go to that flat where it starts to go up a little bit and cast to that. Or at least start there and then go from there. It's because my confidence level in this random out in the middle of nowhere situation is not high. But eventually you gotta take the training wheels off and get out there. It's just that when I take the training wheels off, everybody's gonna see me fall and skin my knees. I'll be like, ow. I'll bust a Peter Griffin and just be standing up here. Ah, 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 ah. But I'll do it without fear. That's how we learn. Right now we are in 16 feet of water. That is not me being mean to my deep diving crank. That is me trying to get some eel grass off of that. I mean, there's a whole crew of arches right there. I don't know what they are exactly, but there's a whole crew of them. Like, these guys are stacked up in a... I'll show you guys. It's dumb. Dang it. It's gonna be sideways now. So this is the dumbness that I'm seeing down there. What is that? Those gotta be fish decoys, bro. Yo, what's up, James? I think those are the merps, guys. All freaking merps. Yo, Colin, hopefully you enjoy your adulting as much as you can. Those gotta be merps, guys. Like, how? And that right there was preceded by arches right before all that. And I was like, what the heck is all that? Dude, up and down here, there's arches popping up all over the place, but it makes no sense. None of it looks like the homies hanging out. Because I see the arches, but on my side imaging and my down imaging, well, not my down imaging, but my side imaging, I don't see them kind of hanging out in like a school or anything like that. So that's where I'm like, what's going on here? But we will go to areas. I'm just gonna try this out real quick. And we'll go to areas that that probably are a little more structure oriented. This is kind of a hump underneath the water, but it is deep. It is like 18 feet deep. And it comes up just about 2 feet or so. Looked like it had stumps on it. We'll throw this half-ounce jig out there. I gotta feel bottom, dogs. Okay, James says he's struggling with a deep. Okay. I have some spoons, James, but I mean, they're not in the boat. But that's the thing, dog. Like, I gotta have the belief that the fish are there in order to throw those spoons. Because I've thrown spoons and been all like, I guess nobody wanted to be spoon fed. Because right now I'm seeing arches cruising underneath me. But I am in what's supposed to be the deeper portion. So we'll try this out for a little bit. And then we will move. We'll be out here till about 11-ish, which apparently is in 2 hours. So we'll make some quicker moves. And we'll be back here in the afternoon, guys. We're over here trying to trick the GoPro, guys. Just give me a second. All right. We might be okay. All right, so let's go to the comfort area where we saw that drop, where we think, I mean, in theory, they should be hanging out somewhere near there. So I just went over some arches and a bait ball. I shall share with you guys again. So one would say, in theory, I should throw behind myself. See if I can get it down there. There's another bait ball. And again, this is the part where I struggle, guys, because I'm casting to nowhere. I'm just casting out here trying to run into them. You know, you put me on structure, I'll find that. And I'll do my thing there, but randomly casting. All right, let me show you guys what I had seen. So again, this thing needs to be rotated. Give me a second. All right, so that's what I saw out there. I saw a couple bait balls in that situation right there. So those pop up every so often, but again, I'm just outside of Browns Creek near the channel. I assume you guys could see that. I'm outside of Browns Creek. I mean, the bridge is right behind me. I mean, in front of me, sorry. I mean, to me, dude, there's arches all over the place right here. If there are this many arches, I should at least frickin' snag one. We are throwing a deep diving crank. A 6XD in like sexy shad color. A classic. A classic color to be throwing. All right, so we are in about 18 feet of water. We got our line right for the, and I mean our point of reference right for this hump. I'll throw a couple more casts with this 6XD, and then I'm gonna throw a jig out there. After this cast, I'm gonna throw a jig just so I can feel the bottom. Feels like this guy is not hitting anything cool on the bottom. So we'll figure it out, guys. We ain't worried about that. That ain't the problem. It's just the amount of time that it will take. And the amount of sweat. Which there is plenty of. I don't feel anything cool. I don't feel rock. I don't feel a hard bottom of any sort. It's more like a clay. Let me move a little bit. Snozook, we broke one off, and that was the only bite in the morning. And then we got one over here. That's the only fish we got. It was a little John. It was 3 and change. Dude, I'm seeing arches. Okay. I saw bait right there. So I see bait cruising there. I see trees and bait. Stumps and bait, I should say. So let me post up right here. We are in 16 feet of water. I'm gonna need to have a mic off moment, guys. All right, guys, we are back. I have to find a place for this thing to hang, so maybe it doesn't get as much sun. All right, so I did feel a little bit better rock off in that direction. So that's good. I just saw the Peggy comment. All right. Oh, we got one. Would you look at that? Oh, we had one. Hopefully you guys saw it. So now we found, like, there was more rock down there. There's more rock, so that makes more sense. I can hang out in some rock, bro. That I can do. But I don't know why they're not. I mean, they don't want to see, they seem to not want to chase that deep diving crank. Oh, that was a bite, but I missed it. It definitely looked like a little Juan. Little Juan for sure, guys, or at least it looked like it. I'm assuming you're talking about a hair jig, dog. I think that's what you're talking about, but I could be wrong, Snizzuk. Kentucky, what's up? What's up? We're gonna have to get a little bit of water, guys, because I can feel all the water that I have drank has now left the premises. Oh, yeah, your eyebrows. Oh, that was Rob? Rob, I didn't even notice you were the one who asked the question. For some reason, I thought that was Snizzuk. My bad, dog. So I do not have down here. That is in the tavern. And there was only one hair jig in the tavern. And that hair jig only exists because, I don't know, the stash got it, and it's just been around for a billion years. I'm like, dude, what the heck is that? It's a hair jig. Okay. What do you plan to do with that? Oh, I plan to fish it. All right. How many times have we fished the hair jig? Probably almost one. But the mobile tavern does not have it, I don't think. I have not fished Cherokee Lake. So I do have a mop jig that I could throw down there. I bought some mop jigs in. I've never really used them. Because as long as regular jigs are working, why do I need the mop jig? Let's throw that crank out there one more time in different angles. There's fish, guys, but how and what are they biting? Do I gotta shrink? Honey, I shrunk the jigs? Are we playing a game of Honey, I Shrunk the Jigs? And I gotta go with some finesse jigs down there. That was a tree. Had to have been a tree that I came off of. Had to have been. That's what I'm telling myself, but I will send it back in that same direction. Now this deep diver, I can feel him hitting rocks and stuff like that down there. Now we're talking. The other area, it must have been just mud, because it was not hitting anything that sent any type of like good vibes up the line. So there's definitely bait cruising around here. So that's good. So we got some shell. That's interesting. Or a shell. Me shell. I gotta see if a Nico or a shaky head can sit down there. We're kind of close to the channel, so I don't know. I mean, it looks like they are pulling negative water based on the fact that nothing is moving anywhere. Yo, later, Rob. Where'd Rob go? Is Rob back at work? Can a dude use a Nico in 18 feet of water? Why, certainly. But I gotta see how much current is going. There's probably more current on the beads of sweat that are going down my shirt than there is in the amount of water that's being pulled right now. But that is neither here nor there. Well, that's a great suggestion, Alabama. We've thrown it. We did get one bite out of it, but we didn't land it. So it flew off right at the boat. And I'm talking about literally flew off right at the boat. He jumped out and was like, yo, what up, dudes? Said, hi, Mom, and then he left. So definitely threw that out there. We have confidence that there's fish around here. Yo, bro, I could only imagine if I'm here standing fishing and I'm soaked and you're mowing the lawn, oh, dog, you gotta be soaked. I think that one spotted bass, it went down there and it snitched on us, told the rest of them, he's up there. Let me see if this Nico will get down there. There's not a lot of eelgrass floating. Not a lot of current. We will see where this Nico ends up. I might have to change to a different worm for this Nico. This is the Dizzy Diamond, but he's kind of small. Can't wait for November. Bro. November already? What's going on in November, bro? Besides slightly cooler temps. Seems like, depending on who you ask, every single month, dog. It just changes. And it also just depends on what you're comfortable with throwing. Based on the amount of pink towels on that boat seemed to have a lot of estrogen in it. I believe that my pants are starting to become soaked even. But this Nico is a player here. So that's good. So the Nico is staying down there and relatively in line with where I casted. So that means there's not a lot of current going. Because if there was current flowing, bros, this guy would have been all the way over there. Seen it before. He is taking a little bit of time to get down there. I might switch to a mag dizzy in order for him to get down there faster. Not exactly sure where Dead Rabbit is getting his math from. This Nico worm should be a nice little some for somebody down there. I'll throw the Nico one more time off to the right. And then I'll throw the football jig here one more time, and then we'll just move on. uh, I'm gonna need this this website to back up this science here, bro. Or is that Dead Rabbit Science? I'm still fishing, guys. Did the moderator put up that poll? Did I get the info on that poll? Or did that go unsettled? Ah, you never put the poll. Que pues, moderator? Oh, Dead Rabbit said it was a meme he just read, so it was already verified. Got it. Hold on a second, guys. You gotta be kidding me. Get the heck? I was cruising that through there and it got bumped a couple times. I was burning it. What is going on there? It's weird. Keep getting what feels like bumps. One more cast. Dude, something is biting me. I mean, it must not be big enough to take my bait, but something is definitely. I've switched over to a lipless crankbait. What made me switch? Well, I saw something. Yeah, moderator, it was a poll about sharing the viewers' info with advertisers. Okay, what do we got here? It's a bass. All right, so I started to run a lipless crankbait I've been focusing on the bottom, but I don't think, I mean, this ain't a huge guy. This is like a little Juan. And I was getting bit a couple times here and there. Let's go land this fool. I just started yo-yoing a lipless crankbait. So maybe they weren't on the bottom. Dang, that seat is hot, dudes. I am currently in the hot seat. As I'm trying to land this bass, I am in the hot seat. We're trying to stay treble free. All right, guys, this is just a little Juan. But we changed to a lipless crankbait. We kept on getting little nibbles on that Nico when we were rolling it faster. And then we started seeing these guys. Something weird was over here. But I'm just yo-yoing, or I was yo-yoing this lipless crankbait in, I don't know, I'd say 5 feet, 5 to 10 feet. And then that fool hit. Very interesting. I am yo-yoing. Put the pole. Well, moderator, now you got me confused because I read it out loud, and to me, that sounded like they were going to send out or share the demographics of the viewers. So, I don't know. I read 2 pounds when it said 20. I'm also in feels like 100-degree weather, so whatever. The pole it was a concern earlier in the day, and now only the fishing pole. That's what I'm saying, Krill. But when I read that email, dog, I was holding it in my hand. When I read your comment, it was on the floor and I was reading it from a distance. So because of that, there was a little bit of an issue. And most of the time I'm thinking, oh, chargers. Yeah, chargers, they weigh a little bit. So initially I wasn't yo-yoing it off the bottom, but now I'm gonna try and yo-yo it off closer to the bottom. Oh, we are throwing this color of Lucky Craft LVRTO-200. I don't know if you guys can even see this color, but it is some kind of gunmetal. Can you guys see the iridescence? Well, it's not the Love Bait Unlimited, because the Love Bait, remember, it moves up the line when it's scared. This bait doesn't move up the line. It just is there. The Love Bait was able to go up the line when it got bit. Come on, phone. The heck's wrong with you? Okay, might be too hot for my phone. It's losing its mind. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Something had it. Eelgrass took my line one way, and that fish took my bait the other way. But it was hitting it on the fall. I think I have a spoon on here. Let's try that. But something did hit me on the drop. It was just the eelgrass. I tried to set the hook and the eelgrass had my line pulling that way. The fish was going in the opposite direction. Not a good combo. Eelgrass is starting to pile up here. I'm seeing fish in about 10 feet of water. How do I see fish on this side but not this side? Sensitivity. You kidding me, dog? You're not letting me see fish over here? Eelgrass is starting to mess up our day, guys. All right, let's see what's going on here in the chat. Bro, we were celebrating the 4th of July by letting our Our freedom flags fly. It's the 4th of July, dog. Let me see if I got that spoon in here. And then we'll see what's up. Not in there. I do have a swim bait that I could throw down there. I do not have a spoon in here, guys. That's not good. Negative on the spoon. Okay, so all the dreams are of me spooning with you guys have been destroyed. We will not be spooning together, guys. Frickin' Stash, your trash is actually in the trash. That's some of the... Oh, I got a blue craw jig right here. There's a blue craw jig in the trash, guys. It's my last one, though. I'm sure of it. A blue craw jig in the trash. Washallah. That's what's up, dudes. Blue craw jig. Our very last one. GTO, we might be hitting you up one day. Blue craw jig in the house. It's amazing, guys. It's amazing. In the blink of an eye. Blah, 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 blah. It's amazing. We found a blue craw. And now we tie it on. Yeah, it's amazing, guys. I can't believe we found that blue craw. We were looking for a spoon. And now we found ourselves a blue craw. It's a celebration, fishes. We are taking off that mama bream color or whatever that other color is. We're going to take that off. It's hot out here. Had to make room from or in the glove compartment. We have a lot of baits in there. That don't need to be in there. Let's get some water. We're clearly behind in the water game. All right, Jig, where are you? Where are you, Jig Rod? We got our blue craw back, guys. Yeah. That's what's up. Sure, we caught a couple fish here and there. But we now have our favorite craw color back. Now we're going to be fishing with supreme confidence. Not the confidence of the Supremes, because I don't think anybody could match that. But I'm saying we will be fishing with supreme confidence. The Supremes just had it, bro. You guys are lucky I don't know off the top of my head any songs from the Supremes, because I would be up here doing old school Supreme performances. Creel would lose track of all his egg production because he will be all like, oh my God, this is amazing. He's probably all excited. He's like, the Supremes were my favorite band. Back in my day, the Supremes were the bee's knees. Or whatever they say. We clip off this extra skirt here. And why do we deem it extra? It's because it's going to get in the way of the pinchers of the craw as he's going through the water. Okay, well that was a little short on the bottom. But anyways, who's going to be looking at my jig's bottom? Nobody. So hopefully the bass don't notice that my jig's bottom is all cut all stupid. I got a little bit of some kind of, those are supposed to be coffee scent, but they tasted like not coffee. They tasted like something other than coffee. So, just FYI, either that coffee has spoiled, gone bad, or that scent is not accurate. We got the jig back in there. Oh, corn diff. He went away from the family. He left the family biz. I'm not even sure that this thing is not burning my lip right now, bro. I should have tied the jig on first and then put the coffee trailer on. The rage craw. Well, I can only tell you one thing, Dead Rabbit. Those are the trailers that I throw. All right, guys. Something slammed my bait right there. Don't know what it was. I just know something, when I was right under the boat, something slammed my bait. Now, it's been speculated, not by me, but it's been speculated that that slam was that of a catfish. But there has been no verification on my end that that was what that slam was. As I have not hooked a single one of those fish that are slamming like they're coming off the top rope, trying to murder my jig. Take the title from them. Don't you dare. Stay with me. Stay with me, Blue Craw. Ah, la vie. We're gonna have to go get him. Stay with me, Blue Craw. Do not get lost down there. When we return to the Rodcast, will the Latin Bass Hassan get the Blue Craw jig out? Or will it remain at the bottom of the lake? For all your fishing needs, go to blah, blah, blah. Insert ad here. We have returned, and the Latin Bass Hassan has got his jig off the bottom of the lake. And now I just got to see why this is reeling stupid. All right, we are back. All right, I've seen this before. Okay, so those are all bluegill. I'm seeing a whole bunch of little bluegill right here, right in front of me. Very interesting. I shall all right, so whatever was biting me when I was throwing my Nico rig must have been a whole bunch of little bluegill. But I tossed this lipless crankbait to it, and there must be fish just kind of chilling underneath the bluegill that are ready to munch. I wish I had a spoon. Then I'd be Spoon Man. Blah, 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 blah. I think it says, save me, and blah, 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 blah. Now, I might be a little bit off on those lyrics, but I think that's what he says. Dudes, we are out in the middle of nowhere. We are now on top of this little hump. This hump is 14 feet. Actually, what I want to do before I do this is check the other side, because I believe it went up a little bit faster or down a little faster on the other side. Okay, so you got me there, Robbie. I left off an extra blah. My bad, Robbie. My bad. You know, I knew it wasn't perfect, but I knew I was close. That's all I knew. All right, we're gonna go cast in that direction. As long as I was a little bit close, dude, that's what I was trying to get to. All right, guys, there's a possibility that I'm about to get airlifted out of here, based on what I'm seeing here. Turns out it was a friendly. It might pass for karaoke night based on, you know, the fact that everybody is lubricated. And for those of you who do not know, I know how to pronounce the word inebriated, but my brother, he might not have the same coolness. So he likes to say lubricated, because he definitely apparently has never seen a book. Now, I'm not discounting the fact that they may have thrown the book at him maybe once or twice, but I'm just saying, well, I mean, if I'm saying that, I also got a book thrown at me too. So I don't know what any of that has to do with the situation, but I'm just saying. I'm gonna go back to this lipless crankbait, guys, because either, hey, lipless, we're on the same side. That's friendly fire right there, dog. Why are you tripping? Because what I'm seeing is there's bait, but it's on the bottom. And the arches that are cartoon-likely, following in a cartoon-like manner, the bait fish following the bait fish in a cartoon-like manner, they are on the bottom as well. But my fear is they're going to be slimy old catfish. But I don't know that for a fact. Time check, 10:19. We were planning to leave at 11-ish. I mean, there's just bait blanketing the bottom right here. All right, one more cast in this direction with this, and then we'll go to the football jig. And then we will evaporate. Not necessarily in that order. We might cast this, and then we might evaporate. Or it might be in the order that I said. Unknown at this time. We will unlock these ledges, guys. Allegedly. Yo, Judd, what's up? Judd and Jason, what up? Dudes, one time I was hanging out with a coworker. And at that point in time, we oh, look at that, guys, I lied. I'm throwing this deep crank. But at that point in time, we'd gone outside, and ate lunch and we found a caterpillar. Found a caterpillar outside, and then we kind of were just chilling with it. He thought it was real funny. He put it in my office, and then the caterpillar he thought was gonna chill on my monitor. Well, then I was like, bro, he came in laughing and he was like, hey, did you see it? I was like, see what? And he was expecting me to see the caterpillar, but I couldn't see it. It wasn't on my monitor anymore, at least not where he placed it. He had placed it obviously on the top of the monitor. I mean, maybe I would have seen it or missed it even though it was obvious, but I didn't see it. So I was like, all right, cool. We looked around for it and we followed a trail of, I guess, silk. We followed that trail to figure out where the caterpillar was. And it was just kind of hanging out on the bottom of the screen. And then we kept moving it to the top. And eventually, that caterpillar ended up making a cocoon. Or I know that it's called something else, but I'm not a nerd. So it ended up making a chrysalis, maybe? Is that what it's called? It ended up making a chrysalis potentially. And I got a little smarter, guys. Before, I would be all like, okay, that felt kind of weird. But now, when I say that feels kind of weird, when I feel a bite here, I now just set the hook. So I think there's been multiple fish that I've missed because I don't set the hook when I'm supposed to on a deep diving crank. So now I'm starting to set the hook differently, let's say, when I'm fishing. Because I think they have enough time to spit it out by the time I set that hook. But yes, so the caterpillar had made a chrysalis, I believe. And we were all like, oh, this is going to be awesome. We're going to be butterfly parents. But the problem was that that when we got that caterpillar and it had made the its web, I mean chrysalis, it's whatever nerd or not nerd word you want to use, its cocoon. Whenever it had made it, it was during a long weekend. So because of that, the part of the building that my office was in had no lights. So, I mean, had no windows. It was on the inner part of the building. So, this poor caterpillar was not going to have any light the whole weekend. It was like a 3-day weekend. And when we came back, oh, you stupid idiot. When we came back to check on the caterpillar, it was still chilling there in its cocoon state. But, all right, guys, we got ourselves a crappie. This would have been 2 crappies. 2 crappies ready for consumption. But instead, it is no crappies ready for consumption. So, moral of the story is, if you ever want to become butterfly parents, you're going to need to be, I mean, you got to be parents even on the weekend. So, you can't just think that, oh, it's a 3-day weekend, let's leave the chrysalis or cocoon or whatever state it's in, let's leave it and we'll pick it up, because butterfly parenting is a 24-hour job. Okay, guys, you can't turn it off. You can't just be all like, I want to be a butterfly parent for 1 second and then not the next second. And this ain't like helicopter parenting, bros. This is like important stuff. This is like the caterpillar was relying on us, I assumed, to turn the light back on so that it would be all like, oh, it's daytime. It's time for us to, or it's time for me to emerge. And then it would have emerged a beautiful butterfly, but instead it never emerged. It was the saddest thing, bro. We were so sad that our butterfly never emerged, and we never tried again, guys. That's the thing. It was so devastating to us that we never tried again. Anytime we saw a caterpillar, we didn't bring it into the office and try and play a prank on each other, because it would be too much to bear to have that happen to us again, where the poor butterfly never emerged. And as we did some research on the butterfly, chrysalis, I believe, I haven't looked at the comments to know if that is correct. I'm just assuming that it sounds like I think it's correct. But when we did research on chrysali, maybe, or chrysalises, that one I'm not sure of. Like when we did research to see what it could have been, when we saw it, it looked exactly, and this is the even sadder part, guys, it looked like a monarch butterfly's chrysalis. And we were like, oh dear God, we lost a beautiful butterfly. The world never saw this beautiful butterfly, thanks to office hijinks. So yeah, guys, that's the story. That's the story of the butterfly. It is a chrysalis. Moon, I should have had 2 crappies and had them for dinner, but I don't know if the moderator was there was awake when we caught the other one. That would have been 2. So yes, guys, if you ever want to become butterfly parents, please really think about what you're doing. Office hijinks are dangerous just by themselves. But when they involve caterpillars, actually, initially he tried to do that to me and it didn't work. And then we did that to our supervisor. And then our supervisor came into, our offices were right next to each other. And then he came into the area and I was all like, all right, you guys need to get that off my keyboard. And then I acted like I didn't know. And my coworker also acted like he didn't know, but my supervisor knew. He was like, all right, one of you guys better get that off my keyboard. And then we laughed and we went to go see as innocently as possible, what could you be speaking of, Sir Supervisor? And Sir Supervisor quickly pointed out what he was speaking of. And he was speaking of said caterpillar that never got to blossom to emerge as a monarch butterfly. And now I'm remembering the sad memory. But anyways, there's some grass down there. I ran through some hydrilla right there. I was about to bust a rhyme right there. I ran in through some sub-hydrilla. But that was not the intent. Right about now, Steve would be saying, this fool is dehydrated. He's going to die. Then I would promptly say, Steve, I'm Mexican, dog. Then he would say, but you're human either way. And I'd be like, I don't know about that, dog. I've seen some superhuman Mexican stuff done in my day. In fact, I'll put it to you this way, dog. I've seen this meme somewhere, or even a comedian made a joke of this. In Egypt, they question who made the pyramids and how did they make them. In Mexico, nobody questions who made the pyramids, dog. They know. Oh, they know. They know it was the gente, bro, out there working. They don't question it. They're not like, oh my God, these must not be man-made. They're like, oh, these are in Mexico? Oh yeah, dog, we know who made those. They probably did it they did this when they got drunk at a little kid's birthday party. They all got together and says, hey, vato. I don't know what language they were speaking during the time, but we'll just say it as though it was now. Hey, vato, ¿sabes qué? After we blow up that, or after we beat up that piñata, dog, you know what? Let's just start building some pyramids. And then they'd be like, what? Why would we build pyramids? They're like, I don't know, vato. Let's just start building them. And then they're like, all right. Because everybody's all lubricated. And they just went and started building pyramids. That's how those pyramids, I'm assuming, got built. One birthday party weekend. It started off as a joke. And next thing you know, it became a birthday party ritual. And that's why multiple pyramids got built. Because they were all like, ¿sabes qué? You know what these guys did at this other birthday party I went to? They'd be like, what? And keep in mind, it's a little kid's birthday party, not an adult's birthday party. They're like, hey, these vatos built some pyramids. What's a pyramid? Pues, let me show you. And then lubricated, finished with a piñata, boom, second pyramid appears. They're like, dang, dog, these actually look pretty good. And they went on from there. When I heard that comedian say that, I almost laughed until I peed myself. That was extremely funny. And I was like, ha, 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 ha. That's a good one, dog. That's a good one. Nobody questions the gente. So that is just history interpreted by the Latin bass assassin. History through the eyes of the Latin bass assassin was brought to you by the good Lord, as he is the only sponsor of this channel. May he be with each and every one of you. And then right after that, bro, you would have to have like one of those medical disclaimers where this product might actually kill you. This product, blah, 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 blah. And we'll give you this, that, and the other. So we'll have a little disclaimer where it says the good Lord does not support anything that comes out of the Latin bass assassin's mouth. The good Lord inadvertently is sponsoring the channel and might not back up half, if not all, the things that the Latin bass assassin does or says on the Rodcast. And this is the part where Steve is like, oh, this guy is definitely dehydrated. He's just going crazy out here. Yo, Randy, what up, dog? I didn't see that. Is Krill flexing how many windows he has? How someone built Puma. I don't even know what that is, dog. What is that, dog? I cannot explain something that I feel like I don't have the insight, the knowledge, bro. Though I do talk about a lot of stupid stuff out here, but I'm just saying, right now, we will tread lightly because I don't even know what you're referencing. Plus, it's a little hot, so I don't want to overstep and then be all like, nope, that's not right. And I'll be like, you sure about that? You sure about that? Dude, there's bait cruising down here back and forth. All right, we are going to move to one more spot. We are going to look around. It is 10:42. So that is basically 11-ish. Ish. Bro, that's kind of like the Bush commercial where they open the beer can, it's like, Bush. Oh, there's that bait. I see it. Bro, that bait is tiny, dog. So every time I crack open that statement, we are going home at about 11-ish. That bait is super tiny, bros. It is flickering. You guys can't see it because you don't have polarized eagle eyes. But there's definitely a little... How do I get... I got something. I think I'm gonna throw a little blade bait. Might still be too big. Dude, this bait ball is tiny. Very tiny. That's way too big. The heck? Chatterbait's way too big. Let me just throw a chatterbait just for the heck of it. Oh. Oh, that was in South America, dog. South America, that is where my knowledge ends. I can't speculate for gente that I do not know. That's a different breed, bro. Potentially, literally. I'm essentially yo-yoing this chatterbait. Dudes, I should... I was gonna say I should play a joke on you guys, but if I did that, then you guys would never know when I'm not joking. So I shall not play a joke on you guys. That would not be in the best interest of the channel. And in fact, I gotta check these brakes. They may have done re-stupid. And they have. All right, guys, so I don't know why. I don't know if it's my strength, but these freaking brakes, they re-engage. I guess, I mean, I don't want to sound too full of myself, but they re-engage. I think it's from the force of my cast. Because watch this. Look at that cast. That cast is smoother, goes a mile. Okay. I mean, I went easy on it because I didn't want to get a bird's nest on the first cast. But these brakes are, they're essentially re-engaging. I don't know how to stop that. Maybe they're begging for mercy. This is the reel that I speculated that the moderator was, well, maybe she was because this was at the house. The jury is still out did the moderator mess with my brakes? I'm gonna have to tape them or something, dudes. That might be the first flaw that I found on these Bass Pro Shop reels, is that the brakes tend to re-engage. It's weird. Whoa. Get out the trolling motor, dog. Okay, so we yo-yoed the chatterbait. We yo-yoed the chatterbait and got this little guy. Though he did hit. So we got a little Juan yo-yoing that chatterbait. Pues very interesting, vatos. Always slowly building the Mayan empire of fishing. All right, so I lost my butt, as you guys can tell. And don't be looking at my butt. I meant my bait butt. But I was just kind of yo-yoing him off the bottom. But again, this is Don's chatterbait, so we yo-yo him very carefully. I felt like I got hit, but I just wasn't ready for it. When the shad goes down, you better be ready. When the shad goes down. Is this a technique that we would employ usually? No. This is a fish around and find out technique that we are essentially, for our own purposes, making it up on the fly. Now, others may fish it this way, but we do not. And to those ladies and gentlemen who'd fish it this way, good on you, players. I hope you find a lot of bass. Dude, the little bass was not enough to get the nerd's attention away from the pyramids or different ancient structures. I guess I will have to level up the bass. And that's okay, guys. I will accept that challenge. I consider it a challenge before all the portion of human race that is watching this. And I never lose. He'll cast on and on and on. Maybe that stupidity was enough to get the conversation to the present day at minimum. These guys are talking about the ancients. They're not talking about present day even. They're not talking about modern marvels. They are talking about ancient secrets of the ancient world. Very interesting. This line feels a little abrased. What does this tell me? It tells me I could take that off and throw a swim bait down there. I can see my chatterbait down there being yo-yoed. It's like I'm drop shotting right now. Drop shotting a chatterbait? Who the heck does that? I'm really just yo-yoing it down there, guys, but I can see it. All right, guys, I'm going to put that swim bait on. We're in 16 feet of water. We're about to put a swim bait on. We're gonna take off this buzz bait. Now, I mean, I know this is gonna hurt some of your hearts, but I'm gonna take this buzz bait off and I'm gonna put this swim bait on. And then we're gonna drag that swim bait down in the depths because we are getting closer to 11-ish. But we will also take a drink of water because we are also getting closer to dehydration-ish. we will plug or unplug the GoPro and plug it back in so that we trick it. Excuse me. All right, guys, this is the swim bait that we will be throwing. I don't even remember what this is. This might be a Yum Money Minnow. It might be some other swim bait. But it is on a heavy, heavy jig head. And now we will pop and slow roll it to us. Oh my God. All right, guys, somebody has unleashed Dead Rabbit and Snizook. They have unleashed them. It's like they are soulmates. They are soulmates in Legends of the Hidden Temple. If you guys know, you know. Legends of the Hidden Temple. Starring Snizook and Dead Rabbit. I don't know. I'm just assuming based on Dead Rabbit's icon, he is the mouse, that stone person that talked during the Legends of the Hidden Temple. And maybe Snizook is the host. Now, if I do happen to hook into a fish on this bait right here, guys, there is a a possibility that the fish could come off because this bait has a weight on the front of it that is massive. I don't know the exact weight, but it is definitely over a ½ ounce. They are thinkers, huh? I haven't read all those comments, bros, because I'm trying to utilize my x-rays to find the fish that are underneath here. And I know they're not x-rays, but I'm just saying. I'm trying to utilize them to find fish down here. So I cannot speculate about Antarctica, evolved of unicorn. I cannot speculate on any of that, as I am currently trying to figure out a small problem here and not figure out where did the unicorns go question that I mean, it basically that question, where did all the unicorns go, is basically something that eats at every little girl on the planet. Where are the unicorns? Where have they gone? That question, that's what needs to be answered, guys. Also, I would like to know where I can find a Pegasus, because that too would be cool. I'm a little concerned that this swim bait is past its prime, but I don't think I can bust a Mexican move on this swim bait right now, because if I cut his face off, he's done for. I believe we have reached the 11-ish hour of the day. We have caught a few fish, none of them of size. Some of them could have made a good sandwich. But anyways, we just keep throwing. I believe that is adamantium or some kind of weird metal. I don't remember what it's called exactly, but I believe it's a different metal. Bromance, but that's none of my business, bro. Adamantium or something like that. All I know is that nobody questions who made the pyramids in Mexico. That is the only thing I know for a fact. Yo, peace out, Colin. All right, guys, let's move. Colin has a meeting. We can't catch fish without Colin because it's rude. It is rude. And I don't mean rude, the guy who watches this fishing show. I mean, it is rude to catch fish without Colin. Okay, so I see a little drop here. If I cast directly behind me. All right, guys. Well, it looks like I've undone the clip here, so I'm going to throw back behind me. Splash like a maniac. I'll tell you, my swim bait does not do a perfect 10 dive. So dudes, while we are out here searching these humps, these ledges, where there are allegedly fish, we will remind you guys about that subscriber giveaway. All you got to do is be a subscriber and put a comment in the 3K subscriber giveaway video. You could even comment the answer as to who made the pyramids. I have no idea. I don't know where the talk has gone when the chat goes that fast with that many paragraphs. If you know me, I don't like to read. I like 1 or 2 word comments like read those. Get deep. Like, yo, bro, I'm not exactly sure who made this or that. Then at that point in time, I'm like, oh, guys, I'm trying to not faint out here. If my brain uses any more juice, we will max out the amount of energy being used out here. But I assure you guys, we will figure this out. We just gotta see what we need to look for. Get the feel. And go out there and fish around, find out. We'll figure it out. It ain't pyramid science. We will figure it out. There were arches that were holding to the bottom on that drop, almost as though they're waiting for something to swim over and then just destroy it. But that's just speculation on my part. They might have just been waiting for the bus. I don't know. Maybe they're waiting for the ghost train. Those arches might be down there. You know, like, yo, the 11-ish train is missing. It's a little late. You never know. And don't send numbers. Oh yeah, don't send numbers, bro. Because I might not read it. Creel, I was only off by a factor of 10, bro. Off by a factor of 10, and Creel is over here tripping. Like I do that on the daily. I might do it every other day, but not on the daily, Creel. We are now throwing a 6XD. We'll do 3 casts of the 6XD, and then we will throw 2 casts of the jig, and then we will move. I know that others fish these a lot faster, but I gotta see what I'm looking for first in order to understand. Because if I just throw 3 casts and leave, then what did I learn? Because we did catch some fish here. They weren't huge. We're not in a tournament, so what do we care if we stay here the whole time? I know that was 4-ish. It was basically 3-ish. Aguas, bros. There's a barge behind us. We'll throw the jig and then we'll move before this barge flips us over. A butterfly. What are you doing this far out here, butterfly? Take refuge on my boat. Rest easy. Your journey is long. For you to fly all the way to land, it's gonna take you a little bit, dog. So Take refuge. Help yourself to some refreshments. Unlimited, please. Serve this butterfly some sustenance so that it can go about its business. Hold on. I see some little vatos hitting back here. Question is, do I stop my cool jig setup right there, or do I throw to those little guys? Which I'm sure were little. Well, the answer is continue throwing your jig. I gotta charge my phone, guys. It currently is hot, and it also has a low battery. So we'll see if it even charges. I had it in the shade most of the time. We'll see what happens. Creel is hoping that I lose track of that barge wake. But I won't, Creel. It probably won't even come through here, guys. So, anyways. I'm sorry, butterfly, if I disturbed you. As you are. Don't you guys hit when your moderator puts everything so you can't find stuff? It sure does annoy me. Can't find stuff. I am not delirious, Creel. You could see that barge right there. Let's see how well that charges. Butterfly, please join me. There you go. Land on my hand, butterfly. Land on my back. Land on my leg, butterfly. Yes. Get shade. Oh, that's kind of hot. You don't want to land on that. Land on my leg, butterfly. Find safety on this boat. I will protect you. Ever since I lost my chrysalis staged butterfly, monarch butterfly, well, I am now the protector of all butterflies. That barge wake was weak. It's barely getting here. This is the last cast of the jig. Man, I see just arches upon arches. Okay, so Dead Rabbit says he has ADHD. I don't know what that has. He said 2. I don't know who he's including in that. Here comes the wake. Easy, Krill. Easy, bro. This wake is nothing. All right, let's roll. We ain't got time for this. It's 11-ish right now, homies. Let's not side image anything. Butterfly, mount up. Butterflies in the sky. I can fly twice as high. I'll never take a look if it's in a book. Keep it to yourself. Holy moly, this boat is on fire. Not literally. Yo, bromance, I still have to show you guys. Holy moly, that's hot on the butt. Woo! Man, I could only imagine the Stash's legs when he was dressed like a Floosie. Oh, man. We'll have to show you the photo shoot that I did with some butterflies, bro. It was beautiful. Very classy. Very, very classy. But risque. Classy and risque at the same time. It is 11-ish. And we got a little breeze on us. Oh my God, bros. Is that what cool air feels like? Goodbye, butterfly. I'll slow down so you can catch up. Get on the boat. And you better hold on, stupid. You better hold on to something. Freaking butterfly flew off the boat and then came back on. Don't be stupid, butterfly. Once you leave here, I can't protect you. You're at the mercy of predators. Hold on to that reel handle. Butterflies on your reel. How does that make you feel? All right, let's take a look here, guys. We are in 16 feet. It dips down to 17. We are about to drop off into the channel. I'm talking about we are gonna go deep. Holy moly, that is hot. I need to put some stickers on this boat that say, caution, hot surface. And most of those stickers will be placed directly on me, is what I'm saying. But if there are some left over, then we will put them on the surfaces on the boat, just so that people will know that they could burn themselves. But again, as humbly as possible, because humility is key here, as humbly as possible, we will say most of them will go on my surface, on my epidermis. Washalo. Puro nerds aquí, bros. For those of you who are not bilingual, that means only nerds here. Other sites have fans that are only there. Here, we have only nerds. There's a bait ball. See, I'm not exactly sure how the lake gets away with showing everybody its bait balls. But I guess it's all about who you know. Yeah, bros, I don't see anything here, which is the sad part. Either my eye bulbs don't see them, or they're not there. So let's head towards the ramp per se. We're not, I mean, it's 11-ish. We'll have ourselves a spot of tea. That was hot. Holy mother. Whoo! Guys, every surface on this boat is fire. It is fire. This is very interesting. We're seeing something we have not seen before. All right, guys. Thanks for letting me know that the mic was off, guys. Oh, butterfly, you're still here. Excellent, butterfly. You are still here. Let us see what we can pull out of here. Butterfly on your boat. I might have to take a picture of this butterfly so you guys will be all like, there was a butterfly on this boat. Because right now you guys might be all like, this fool's tripping, bro. I ain't seen a butterfly on the screen. I don't even know what he's talking about. But there's definitely a butterfly on the boat. Now I know Creel is gonna mess with me and be all like, I don't see no butterfly. But that's because Creel besides I'm trying to word this without getting myself in trouble. That's because Creel, I'm not trying to get Mrs. Creel to murder me. Well, I'll just say that's because Creel sucks. Easiest way of saying it without getting in trouble. So that's why he can't see butterflies, because he sucks. Any other way would have got me in trouble. I played all the scenarios, bro. I was like, nope, Creel's gonna say this, he's gonna say this, he's gonna say this. Nope, 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 can't do that, can't do that. And then I just had to say, yeah, that's because Creel sucks. All right, guys, while I was side imaging, did we determine how and why the ancient mysteries were solved? Or is there still a heated debate? Dude, I picture this like Snozook and Dead Rabbit are on the phone with each other and they're like, oh my God, you won't believe what the Incas did. Oh my God, tell me, what did the Incas do? The Incas did. Like, no way, I knew the Incas were up to no good. How could the Incas have done that? There's only one way. Mermaids. Mermaids helped them. Very interesting. I see puffy clouds here. Are these storm clouds? Yes way. I wish I could see an Inca right now. That way I could ask him, how did you do it, dog? Oh, it looks like these guys are on movies now. All right. So what I saw were a bunch of little Tic Tacs, but I also saw what looked like rock down there, at least hard surface. But like I said, when I marked it and I came back from a different angle, I couldn't see it, which, I mean, maybe they're disappearing rock. I don't know. Maybe I misread the electronics, or I don't know what. All I know is that I couldn't see it, but now I know that I am in the area where it was found, allegedly. But the main channel is right behind me, guys. And I'm talking about you guys. You guys always got my back. The main channel is always right behind me, dogs. You guys got my back. It brings a sweat tear to my eye because, you know, Mexicans can't cry. But I could get sweat in my eye and then be forced to expel it from my eye because it is salty and burns. So that is acceptable if I get sweat in my eye and I have to push it out of my eye. That is not the same as a tear. Nothing. Creel, a wake is coming for me. It was a yacht wake. Oh, I'm sorry, butterfly. I didn't mean to disturb you. Me? That's all I was. Bad butter. He stepped on a butterfly. It caused him 7 years of bad luck. My chat is gone. My phone is at 2%, guys. 2%. I don't think it's being allowed to charge because of the heat. We are in 25 feet of water. There is a ledge right there. And that ledge is probably about 14 feet or so. And I'm working my way off of that ledge. I still don't feel all that rock that I thought I saw down there. There was rock and Tic Tacs around that rock. This better not be a catfish because I'm going to punch it. Feels very catfishy. Oh, it's not a catfish. That's cool. That's cool. That is not a catfish. It is a jumpy fish, but it is not a catfish. Let's see what size of fish this is, guys. It's definitely a fish that doesn't want to play. We are just working this fish left and right, trying to make sure that he doesn't want to come up. But we're going to do a little waterside chat, or we could always land it like a schoolgirl, whichever unlimited prefers the most. Cable's in the way. Oh, that's hot. Oh, that's hot. Oh, that's hot. Okay. Just open your mouth, dog. So right there, guys, that is apparently what we've been grinding for. Okay. Let's see what the size of this fish is. This fish right here, I doubt it's going to be enough to pay out, homies, but we will weigh it for sure. Maybe there are some homies down there with it that are bigger. But let's see. I do not think this to be a 5-pounder to pay out that BBL plus. It is definitely a BBL, but it is not a BBL plus. This right here, guys, is a BBL. Wow. Did that take a long time, bros? It was a lot of searching. It was a lot of work. But we finally got ourselves a BBL. That's what's up, BBL Drizzy. Let's let it go. Let's get back out there. See if we can't get a slightly bigger one. He was still there. What's that dude's deal? He wanted more camera time? So dudes, that fish weighed 4 pounds, 5 ounces. Not sure if you guys can see that, but 4 pounds, 5 ounces. That right there was a BBL. Shy of a BBL plus, but still a BBL. My dudes. Thank the good Lord that we got ourselves a BBL. Still not the one we're looking for, but we're getting closer. Oh, dudes, I was way out of position. Way out of position. Definitely way out of position. You guys saw me reel in 400 times. I was out of position. And that's what you get. This is an 8-3 to 1. I was definitely out of position. That's on me, baby. That's on me. I think that was a rock. We're going to find out in a second. I gotta move this battery pack into the shade. I don't want that idiot to overheat. We have consumed at least 3/4 of a gallon of water. And depending on how long we go, because we are only going till 11-ish, we may start consuming the other gallon. Okay, here we go. Come on, baby, one time. I got to figure out the angle that I was casting to when I caught that fish. When chaos ensues, you sometimes forget angles, landmarks, things of that nature. And you realign and your cast is off. I'm not clutching my pearls, guys. I am providing this mic a little bit of shade right now. I will put it inside my shirt, but my shirt is drenched, dudes. I don't know if you guys can see it, but there was sweat everywhere. All right, we'll start off casting straight to the bridge, and then we will fan cast towards the right until we locate that structure that we were fishing. One BBL. Better than none BBL. Again, we are in 25 feet of water. I feel rock. This looks like rain. Is it rain? It sure is raining. All right, guys, there is some rain. We have to switch to the GoPro mic. Hopefully everything is working out. But there is a little bit of rain coming down on us, which is good. I think. We are also running on direct GoPro battery. That looks like a lot more than a little bit of rain on that side over there. We'll see what happens. we will keep our rod tips low, as we do not trust Mother Nature. Very weird. Yo, moderator, does it say this is going to be a thunderstorm, or does it say it's just going to be a storm? I was complaining about the heat. Now it is cold. Not sure who did it, Al, but as long as it just stays rain, I appreciate whoever did it. If it gets something other than rain, you guys dance too hard. guys, I think this is just rain, but I'm gonna throw a couple casts and then we'll bounce. The reason being is that the ramp that we're gonna put in at is over there. Or get out of it at from there. Alright guys, I'm turning my phone off. I can't see the comment. Moderator, if you sense that my life is in danger, text me. I'll get it on my phone. I mean on my watch. continually pouring over there.
It just became fresh.
The bilge pump just turned on. That was the sound we needed to let us know it's time to roll.
You guys good? You guys good?
I'm good. I'm trying to get stopped.
All right.
what's up, guys? What are we up to, dudes? It's raining. It's freaking raining. And it's crazy. But, dudes, we will, just so you guys know, I'm kicking my feet up over here. It is raining right now, guys. And it is looking like it's going to clear up. But the rain could be headed this way. I heard thunder. So I ran. I ran so far away.
How'd you do?
Caught a 4-pounder way over there in the channel. But other than that, I only caught a few here and there.
Well, we all the places where I've been catching.
But they're moving, I guess. The wind has come out of nowhere. tractor trailer will sit so the engine doesn't. All right, dudes, we are all wet. But more importantly, we are all good. So, sent a picture to my messenger. So either way, guys, I appreciate you guys holding in there. I hope you guys enjoyed the chaos. It is going to start raining again above me. So it is chaos. Off the water, we are good to go. So appreciate you guys showing up. And actually, guys, legend has it that the Latin bass assassin, that is how he does his laundry. He's out there in the rain and he allows Mother Nature to take off all the dirt. He cleanses through the rain. But I appreciate you guys showing up, and before the lightning strikes me, Peace out, homies. Fish around and find out.